71 runs required. They threw for one. And, well, that should not have been a second. And, well, Douglas decided to stay in his ground. And just one wide. It's now 110 for 7.
But you see, it's good field placing on the part of the captain Purdue. Padel, he had the third man right in place, so it was neatly played by Douglas, but it was only kept to a single.
That's Edwards punching into the onside, and they'll pick up another single. The Volcanoes.
Lord Nelson,
yes.
1-1-1.
1-11. Skipping a hop.
Famous David Shepard.
Yes.
Sheppy.
We do remember him. 111 for 7. As Gulshan comes in now to bowl, this time to Dylan Douglas, and Douglas is bowled.
Slow delivery. Deceived. And I think that's the writing on the wall for the windwards.
Well, Nelson had his say.
Very much so. And see Otney Lewis making his way out. There's no slouch with the bat, really. There was Douglas, deceived there by the slow delivery.
Yes, we just threw the shot and we haven't even, there you go, way through the shot before the delivery made its way in. And leg stump knocked back. It's 111 for 8. The Volcanoes certainly made some huge problems here this afternoon at the Park Hill Plain Field.
Middle stump knocked back. So some 16 overs completed. 111 now for 8. And
so Otney Lewis, the new batter, in, and with just 4 overs to go, some 24 deliveries, 79 runs required, 2 wickets in hand. 111 for 8. As change in bowling from the southern end, as Bertel would have finished his spell. One worked nicely down to fine leg, and either gets around, picking it up. So 1 more to the total there for the Wooded Island Volcanoes.
is it Bohara?
It is Bohara. I was bowling from the southern end. So Otney Lewis will have his first strike here this afternoon. Can he do the unthinkable for the Wooded Islands? As Bohara moves in. And 1 up in the block hole. And straight to that short third man position. No run resulting.
Had to come very hard down on that one. He flew down to that short third man.
Well, the third man is now being pushed right back on defensive by Captain Ruud Padel. And O'Hara sensing victory here for Nepal. Comes in now into this delivery. Lewis tries down to long on, and just one more added to the total. So Nepal sitting quite comfortable. And certainly the Volcanoes, in terms of the shot selection, that's where they would have faltered.
Definitely.
O'Hara to continue from the southern end. Bowling to Larry Edwards, and Edwards
Slapping that.
but
Tennis style.
again is just that single.
Nepal would not be hurt by these singles. They're content to just give away the singles. The boundaries are not coming. On right up. Edwards, 114 for 8. 18 deliveries, legal deliveries remaining. Some 66 runs needed. And certainly it's going to be a big axe. Over 20 runs and over. Sampal. Edwards looking to pull that outer square leg. Not timing it well, he gets a single. The total goes on to 115. And Edwards with that, he goes on to 7. Lewis and 1 comes into strike. 115 for 8. Nepal sensing victory here at Park Hill in the second practice game. They won the first by some 4 wickets. And when it all looks dead and buried, Airy and Sampal really pulled them out of the hole and saw them home to victory. Sampal to Lewis. And he's fanning at that as if switching at a fly. Misses and taken cleanly by the keeper.
Well, it's ironic you mentioned Sampal and Irie pulling Nepal out of the hole. Well, the depths of the Wooded Islands at this point in time, Edwards and Lewis certainly will find it very, very difficult to get their way
Definitely.
out of the mire that they're in at this point in time.
So, Lewis, Larry Edwards called him down, had a word with him. The tall right-hander now settles. And he's slipping that high and hard. That's gone. Clearing the thing that's landed somewhere on one of the park buses.
Well,
At that northern end. Hope that there are no broken glasses.
let's to hope such is not the case. And a big blow off the bat there of Otney Lewis. And just awaiting the return of the ball. It's 121 for 8. But that was really a lusty blow there from Lewis.
Just not getting into the slot. And I know that he can bat. Seen him at the local VPL. And Sampal would want to make amends. Lewis talks at that. This would beat the fine leg into the fence. 4 runs. Let's wait. Is there a signal from umpire? Yes, a leg by signal now by umpire Butler. And the total goes on to 125. Sampal losing his radar there. And Lewis looking to glance that, brushing his pad in the process, beating the keeper and down to the fence for 4.
Well, the boundaries will do it for the Wooded Island Volcanoes. Keep it up. They need to keep it up, I should say.
Yes, bringing a bit of excitement to the crowd here
Yes.
at Park Hill. Anthony Lewis. Aka Geese. You can hear the words of encouragement calling out to Geese to do something. And he swings and misses. And a wild swing, luckily for him.
Well, it's quite clear. He's just decided to throw the kitchen sink at everything. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be.
Yes. If I connect, I connect. And Sample, rather businesslike, gets back to his mark very quickly.
Quite a diminutive bowler he is. To Lewis.
That's in the air. Someone was circling underneath it. This could be dangerous. Oh, brilliantly taken.
That's Anil, and despite the fact that it looks like, is that Rohit?
I see Anil was coming in from the backward point. The other fielder, he was running back. Anil was in the better position, but really took the catch. I'm sure he would have seen the fielder in his eye line. And I was rather fearful that a collision could have been serious.
Well, taken safely there in the end. No damage. Only damage is to the Windward Island Volcanoes as they sink even further. And they're facing down the barrel of defeat here this afternoon.
So, 125 for 9. There it is. Let's look at it. So Redhead joins Larry Edwards. Final pair at the crease. Can we get some magic?
Well, there's 65 runs needed. There's some 13 deliveries remaining. It's almost at what? Almost. Oh, it's a mountain to climb. He's trying to do some maths mentally there. It's indeed a mountain to climb.
55 needed off 12. You have to deal with sixes.
Certainly. This one has worked on the onside, offside. There by Edward. They held up momentarily, just a change of bat there on the part of Larry Edward. So Edward's getting a new bat. But that brings some magic too.
Well, I'm hoping. I'm hoping that it does. But we are in the final moments. Edward, he's on 7. Nicholas Redhead. Non-striker, he's yet to face a delivery.
So Bahara to continue. To Larry Edward. Edward gets one of the pulls around. And in the end, not so much good work. That's 4 runs.
Well, I think he was rather casual getting around. And in the end, he just bubbled past it, but into defense for 4. So 129 now for 9. 51 still needed.
Of 11 deliveries. So boundaries are needed here for the Wooden Islands. It's the last wicket pair of Edward and Redhead. O'Hara. This one has wrapped him on the pad, but he's a fair distance down the pitch there.
The Redheads seem to have no interest in at all in getting down to the striker's end.
Well,
maybe been much better to not out and not.
than to be out or not. As Bahara comes in once again. This one he pulls. Lovely shot. A good piece of fielding down there by Rohit Patel, captain. And now Redhead will certainly have his chance to face.
It was rather, I think Edwards was looking for 2, but that would have been suicidal. And Redhead had none of it.
So,
long-range conversation between the two.
Bahara now. First strike here, Redhead. Nicholas Redhead. And this one is wrapped on the pad. Up goes that dreaded finger. And that's victory for Nepal here this afternoon.
Winning by some 49 runs.
Big victory indeed. And certainly a clinical win on their part.
Definitely, I think they came back very good indeed. A good start by the windwards, but Nepal clawed their way back. And in the end,
a change of bat there on the part of Larry Edwards.
The fielder in.
And just awaiting the return of the ball. It's 121 for 8. That was really a lusty blow there from Lewis.
Just not getting into the slot. And I know that he can bat. Seen him at the local VPL. And Sampal would want to make amends. Lewis talks that this would be defined leg into the fence, 4 runs. Let's wait. Is there a signal from umpire? Yes, a leg by signal now by umpire Butler. And the total goes on to 125. Sampal losing his radar there. And Lewis looking to glance that, brushing his pad in the process, beating the keeper and down to the fence for 4.
Well, the boundaries will do it for the Winter Island Volcanoes. They'll keep it up. They need to keep it up, I should say.
Yes, bringing a bit of excitement to the crowd here.
Yes.
And Park Hill. Anthony Lewis. Aka Geese. You can hear the words of encouragement calling out to Geese to do something. And he swings and misses. And a wild swing, luckily for him.
Well, it's quite clear. He's just decided to throw the kitchen sink at everything. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be.
If I connect, I connect. And Sampal, rather businesslike, gets back to his mark very quickly.
Quite a diminutive bowler he is to Lewis.
That's in the air. Someone was circling underneath it. This could be dangerous. Oh, brilliantly taken.
That's Anil, and despite the fact that it looks like, is that Rohit?
See, Anil was coming in from the backward point. The other fielder, he was running back. Anil was in the better position, but really took the catch. I'm sure he would have seen the fielder in his eye line. And I was rather fearful that a collision could have been serious.
Well, taken safely there in the end. No damage. Only damage is to the Winter Island Volcanoes as they sink even further. And they're facing down the barrel of defeat here this afternoon.
So, 125 for 9. There it is. Let's look at it. So Redhead joins Larry Edwards. Final pair at the crease. Can we get some magic?
Well, there's 65 runs needed. There's some 13 deliveries remaining. So almost at what? Almost. Oh, it's a mountain to climb. Just trying to do some maths mentally there. It's indeed a mountain to climb.
55 needed off 12. You have to deal with sixes.
Certainly. This one is worked on to the offside. There by Edward.
So Redhead joins Larry Edwards. Final pair at the crease. Can we get some magic?
Well, there's 65 runs needed. There's some 13 deliveries remaining. So almost at what? Almost. Oh, it's a mountain to climb. He's trying to do some maths mentally there. It's indeed a mountain to climb.
12:55 needed off 12. You have to deal with sixes.
Certainly. This one is worked on to the offside. There by Edward. We held up momentarily, just a change of bat there on the part.
It's in the air, someone who's circling underneath it. This could be dangerous. Oh, brilliantly taken.
That's Anil, and despite the fact that it looks like, is that Rohit?
See, Anil was coming in from the backward point. The other fielder, he was running back. Anil was in the better position, but really took the catch. I'm sure he would have seen the fielder in his eye line, and I was rather fearful that a collision could have been serious.
Well, taken safely there in the end. No damage. Only damage is to the Windward Island Volcanoes as they sink even further and facing down the barrel of defeat here this afternoon.
So 125 for 9. There it is. Let's look at it. So Redhead joins Larry Edwards. Final pair at the crease. Can we get some magic?
Well, there's 65 runs needed. There's some 13 deliveries remaining. So almost at what? Almost. Oh, it's a mountain to climb. He's trying to do some maths mentally there. It's indeed a mountain to climb.
12:55 needed off 12. You have to deal with sixes.
Certainly. This one is worked on to the offside. There by Edward. We held up momentarily, just a change of bat there on the part of Larry Edward. So Edwards getting a new bat. That brings some magic too.
Well, I'm hoping. I'm hoping that it does. But we are in the final moments. Edward, he's on 7. Nicholas Redhead. Non-striker, he's yet to face a delivery.
So for Hara to continue. To Larry Edward. Edward gets one.
Hello guys, live share कर रहा हूँ, live share कर रहा हूँ. Hello.
In the end, not so much good work. That's 4 runs.
You have to, and he's slipping that high and hard. That's gone. Clearing the thing that's landed somewhere on one of the park buses.
Well,
at that northern end. Hope that there are no broken glasses.
let's to hope such is not the case. And a big blow off the bat there of Otney Lewis. And big blow off the bat there of Otney Lewis. The countryside here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Charlo, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. We're doing well and really good conditions for cricket. A little bit overcast, but no threat of rain whatsoever.
Well, as you can see there, the outfield is bathed in sunshine. As I said, there's a bit of a cloud cover, but as per usual, there's that nice Atlantic breeze that continues to flow across the Park Hill playing field here today. And certainly we're looking forward to a very interesting and a game, hopefully with a lot of runs, Charlo.
Well, we're looking forward for that, and the Windward Island Volcanoes winning the toss and elected to bat. And so Nepal is in the field, and Windwards starting with Captain Kimani Melios as well as Stefan Pascal, who is opening the batting for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Just to give you quickly the team: Kimani Melios, Kavem Hodge, Jeremy Salazano, Chadwick Descarte, Nicholas Redhead, Larry Edwards, Dylan Douglas, Stefan Pascal, Darren Ned, Asif Hooper, and Dean Brown. That's the lineup for the Windward Island Volcanoes. And for Nepal, it's Bortel, Asif, Anil, Padel, Gaishan, Jora, Sampal, Karan Casey.
First delivery there from Karen, worked down to the third man position off the bat of Captain Melius, and the Windward Islands immediately off the mark. They're 1 without loss in this, the first over.
Yes, and practice, and along with Kamal Eri and Saka Dakal. That's the lineup for Nepal, with just 1 delivery so far, and Melius guiding that down to third man, and the score is off and running.
So Stefan Pascal to take strike as Karan at the top of his mark, and certainly we're moving this beautiful piece of sunshine that we have here this afternoon. And must
Hello Sisir, hello.
Our friends in Nepal. We've made
Big
quite
shout
a
of
lot of
Sisir.
friends in Nepal.
Hello Anil Sai.
A pleasure to have you viewing this live broadcast today, and let's hope that we got a very interesting game. One down the leg side has to be wide, I thought. The leg side has to be wide, I thought. Well,
Seems to be brushing the tie pad on its way.
a good take there by wicketkeeper Asif. Diving away to his left and gloving it, ensuring that there was no additional run to the total of the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're 1 without loss. And certainly will be looking for victory here today.
Certainly, I think they would want to come back and come out with a victory, having been defeated in the first 2 practice games.
This one's worked into that short third-man position. Now being picked up, and Stefan Pascal is off the mark. He's on 1 second run being scored here for the Volcanoes. And going back to the last game, after being 70 out without loss, they lost their way after Melius would have after losing was it August?
August, that was the first wicket to go.
Right, and certainly the winners lost their way.
Yes, and very soon after we had Melius departing for a well-played half-century.
Karan it is. This time to Melius, the captain. This one is just tucked into the onside. Blair comes off the middle wicket fence. There was a possible second there, but Melius would have none of it, sending Pascal back into his crease. And the third single of the Winner Allen's innings. They're now 3 without loss.
I think that was good judgment on the part of Melius, sending him back, because that would have been suicidal. Return was a good one.
A very good return indeed. As the Nepal team, they've been certainly doing a lot of work at the back of the field, a lot of catching. One of the areas that they certainly need to improve on, and the captain spoke about it, is the ground fielding. This one is right up in the block hole, and Pascal is on top of it. Just pushes it back up along the pitch, showing some respect there to Karan.
Well, so far, a pretty good over indeed. 5 deliveries, 3 runs on the card. I'm sure that Windwards would want to end this with a boundary, but Karan will have different ideas. That he has really been on the button, so to speak, so far in this over.
Well, over the last 2 games, especially the last one, last Thursday, the openers to the Winners have been quite watchful early on.
And then start pushing it on, so we'll wait to see.
What is their approach? It is the third and final practice game as Karan into Pascal. He just dries, but this one more into the pitch itself and bounce into the path of Karan, picked it up quite nicely, and that's the end of the first over, 3 without loss.
Very good over indead on the part of Karan and Nepal, so starting very well. First over, just 3 singles. Melius is on 2, Pascal on 1, and definitely that's what they would want to continue.
Without a doubt. So the Nepal team, when they are finished with this, they're going to be traveling to Houston, Texas. By the way, I understand that there was some significant rainfall. As a matter of fact, the superstorm was in Texas just a couple of days ago. Let's hope that it has no impact on the infrastructure there, as the Nepal team will make their way up to Texas, Houston, to continue with their preparation for Cricket World Cup 2024. That's the T20 World Cup being played in the USA and here in the Caribbean, here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're preparing to host 5 games, and I don't know if you noticed that, but all poles are up, and this morning I noticed that one of the towers already had their lights in.
Well, that's a very good sign, because yesterday there were no lights whatsoever.
To this delivery, Melius up and over, and that's gonna one bounce into the fence, and that's the first boundary of the innings for the Winner Islands.
Well, the practice was short and wide, giving Melius the room that he wants, and he deliberately played it over third man, 1 bounce across the ropes, and so pressure very early on practice, and he would want to tighten things up, but once he's loose, Melius would be attacking him. He's that kind of a player.
Well, you certainly can't give Melius that kind of room outside the off stump. He'll certainly make you pay, and such was the case in that last delivery. This one is well pitched up and racked him on the pad, but that certainly was along the leg side. No run resulting, and it's still 7 without loss.
So I would say a good comeback delivery on the part of Practice, and Melius is wrapped on the pad but angling down the leg, and really no damage done, half-hearted appeal.
Stefan Pascal is at the non-strikers, and as Pascal is forced back here, that's Melius forced back. A loud appeal as he was wrapped on the pad, but umpire was not interested. And, well, Practice certainly creating some early problems here.
Well, that one cut back from outside the off, and he was really in no man's land. Lack of foot movement there on the part of Melius, and I think he was saved by an inside edge.
So As you said, a good comeback there by Practice, being struck for boundary in his first delivery of this, the second over. But his last two certainly creating some problems for the Windward Islands captain, Kamani Melius, in that upright stance. This one, he drives, pass cover, that's going to find the boundary. Glorious shot, that's 4.
Well, he gave himself some room and really opened up the offside and beating the short extra cover, who just looked at it. He had a dive, a despairing dive, and then looked at it, just go across the ropes for 4. So the second boundary in the over for Melius, and the total now goes on to 11.
Well, one of the things, of course, in this game is that you ought to be looking to hit the right spots. The moment you go, off, you're certainly going to pay for it, and that is what happened to Practice. So, moves in once again to Bolton Melius, and Melius drives outside the off stump, misses it completely.
Well,
so too does the wicketkeeper.
I'm looking, and it's buys.
It is. Yes, he missed it. So that's
so
4
to
buys.
the keeper.
So Asif, of course, up to the stumps, there to the fast medium of Practice, and not being able to take that one. So,
well, we saw in the previous game, Anil tend to come up to the stump for Practice, and had one good stumping, I think, in the first game.
Melius is wrapped in the pad yet again. Loud appeal there from the bowler, but the umpire not interested. They take one in the interim, and one more to the total is 16 for no loss. That's a leg bye.
So at the end of over number 2, 15 without loss. I think what we note there, 16 without loss, going at 8 runs and over. But the Practice getting that ball to come back into the right-hander, and I think that's creating a bit of a problem for Melius very early in the innings.
Without a doubt, and uncomfortable there for Melius. There we see Stefan Pascal on screen. He's going to take strike, and there's going to be a change in bowling.
Yes, Karan has been pulled out of the attack. It looks like Airy, Kamal Singh Airy looks like.
Okay, the second of 2 Airy in the side.
Yes. And
for Nepal.
Dipendra Airy, he got injured this morning, so he was pulled out. He was lined up to play, pulled out, and Sample came in.
So Kamal bowls to Melius. Melius down the track, hoiks this one high, and it might just very well get to hand. It doesn't, but good work in the end to avoid that boundary, and 2 in the process. And there you see, of course, a bit of frustration coming there from Melius. He was certainly kept in check there by Practice the previous over, and without even having a look at Kamal, went down the wicket and skied that one.
Well, really, a bit of a premeditated shot there, and really no need for it. It's still very early days yet, and but luckily for him, he got away with it, and he lives to fight another day.
Melius is on 12. This one is bowled. Neck and crop, knew absolutely nothing about that one, and certainly that's Nepal striking early, taking the first wicket.
Well, I think if you looked at area a while ago, he's showing that one was leaving the right-hander. Here we see it on screen. Very good delivery indeed. Melius tentative. That in fact that
between
came
the
back,
gap, yeah.
Go right between bat and pad, and losing the middle stump in the process.
Beautiful delivery.
He has to make his way back for 12. It's now 18 for 1 in over number 3.
So Melius had a good knock in the first game, 50 odd in the second, but this time around only contributing 12.
So we see Kavem Hodge, who had a pretty dismal time in the second game. He comes out to do battle.
Hodge, of course, has experience at the international level, would have traveled with the West Indies team to Australia, and certainly a Dominican who has excelled at the national level in Dominica, and certainly at the
windwards level as well. I think he has already had 2 half centuries under his belt at the test level, so he knows what it is to be at the top, and the windwards would depend on him to put a good total on the tins.
So Kamal Airy to continue. This the third over. to Kavem Hodge. Hodge works that nicely into the offside. Fielder comes off that mid-off position, and there's just one more. And
there's no run.
There's no run.
Yeah, so
well,
it was well played, but
for a moment I thought it was a single.
It's a shadowed there by the short extra cover, but tidied up by mid-off. So he kept things down to 0. So Airy looks rather exuberant, looks alive, and with that early success, surely would have been buoyed by that early success. And you can see that he's really running in with purpose in those steps.
Outside the off stump, slapped square the wicket by Kavem Hodge. That's a classy force, Charlo.
Yes, it was wide, and he just square drove it, and the fielders just looked at it as it raced across the backward position and into defense for 4. The total goes on to 22, and what a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, that's a top-class shot there off the bat of Kavem Hodge. Outside the off stump, and he rocked back and cracked it square the wicket, and it raced across the outfield here at Park Hill, and the Windward Islands are now 22 for the loss of 1. So, come on, Airy. Fairly good first over. Troubled the Windward Islands captain, Melius, and plucked his middle stump out of the ground. But Kavem Hodge, certainly with different ideas. He's just about the top of that 30-yard circle. Break into a couple steps now and races in. Passes umpire Butler, and Hodge drives aerially, but this one finds the fielder there at mid-on, and in the interim, 1 run added.
Definitely, so it goes on to 23, and Hodge with that, he goes on to 5. Pascal, who has barely been a spectator in the last few deliveries, he comes in to strike. He's on 1, and certainly would want to put a decent total to finish this practice game with a good score under his belt.
Airy. Yet again, as we've lost the sunshine a bit, but that's not a bother. And this one is driven into that cover position. Captain Rohit Patel is there to pick it up. That's the end of over number 3. At the end of it, just under 8 runs per over, 7.8 or thereabouts. The Windward Islands are 23 for 1.
Yeah, so I think Airy will feel very happy with his over. He picked up the wicket of Melius in his over, and just giving away, 7 runs? So pretty tidy over indeed. A successful one as well. At this level, you're going at under 8 runs and over. You can count yourself as doing well.
Without a doubt. And there's yet another bowling change at the northern end. We see Gulshan coming into the attack. Right, replacing Pratis. So Captain Padel trying not to make these batters too comfortable.
Swinging the changes. It's the 4th over and it's the 4th bowler.
Exactly. So Gulshan, as he does a bit of a warm-up, and 1 or 2 little changes being made in the field. But Gulshan is now ready, and this time a bowl to Stefan Pascal. Batted at number 3 today for the Volcanoes. In the previous game, he batted at number 4. And a young man who certainly can do a lot with the ball as far as bowling is concerned. But here's Gulshan. And Pascal is pulling at one outside the off stump. He's looking to probably pull that somewhere over to make a mid-wicket area. Didn't get any bat onto the ball. And the total remains at 23 for the loss of 1. Saw the umpire just indicating that's the 1 shot for the over. That was Gulshan. Very tall and a Nepal team that is more or less on the short side. Quite a number of short players, but Gulshan is towering over many out there in the middle to Pascal. Pascal hits this one high and hard. This is going to go into the long off fence.
Hodge sporting number 22 on the back of his shirt.
So 6 runs.
Just lofted it over long on. The total goes on to 29. So Hodge means business. He hustles on to 11. Pascal still on 1. And Gulshan would be well advised not to come into that slot, because it was in the slot and Hodge making full use of it.
He will make you pay. So here's Gulshan. And Hodge swats that one. Same position, same result. And it's now 35 for 1.
Well, he advanced down the track. Gulshan saw him, banged it in short, and he stood up and just swatted it over wide long on for another 6. So back-to-back 6s here, and the total hustles on to 35. And Hodge goes on to 17.
So Gulshan being taken to the cleaners. 2 consecutive 6s off the bat of Kavem Hodge. And now we see the player be moved from mid-on right back on that long-on fence. But Hodge has been clearing them a good distance.
It looks like the captain Padel, who has positioned himself on the long-on boundary.
Gulshan. Yet again to Kavem Hodge. Hodge leaps this one. I believe he got something onto the ball. No run, as it was taken by the wicketkeeper on the first bounce.
Yeah, he looked to tickle that down to fine leg. Didn't get much bat onto it. And just a faint edge, and it went on the bounce to the keeper. So no run. In fact, Captain Padel finds himself at mid-off.
Having a word there with Gulshan. The ball is the 4th delivery of the 4th over. 35 for the loss of 1. The Winner Island Volcanoes bat in first. And well run there by both batters. Dropped at his feet there by Hodge, and Pascal responding well.
Yeah, good call by Pascal. And Hodge, not certain where it went initially, but Pascal called him through, and in the end got a very easy single. One that was really just at the feet of Hodge, getting that inside edge into his pads.
So 36 for 1 as Gulshan making sure that he has good control of that white ball, and this time coming to bowl to Stefan Pascal. And that was short. He got on top of it and worked it nicely into that proper position. They're off for a quick single, and it's now 37 for the loss of 1 after 4.
After 4, so he moves on to 2. He has been there from the inception. Kavem Hodge, he's on 18, really going at a canter. So 37 for 1, just over 9 runs and over. And really quickly, we have turning around. Let's see, will there be a change in bowling?
There is.
We see Karan.
He brought back into the attack.
Seems to be brought back. So bowler's been given an over a spell.
Well, keeping them as fresh as possible by Captain Padel. Thus far, they've been all quicks. We haven't seen any spin from the Nepal team. Of course, Irie, who does a bit of spin, got injured during the warm-up, and certainly I wasn't part of the starting 11. But here's Karan. The ball to Pascal. Pascal drives. Lovely shots. Bisecting the cover and the mid-off, and that's 4 well-taken runs.
Beautifully played. He stood up tall. He's a lanky player. He stood up tall, drove it on the up between the extra cover and mid-off, and it raced away. You really get value for your shots here at Park Hill, and it raced away for 4 as the total hustles on to 41.
So Pascal immediately making a statement in this, the 5th over, as Karan turns down the top of his mark and move into ball to the young Grenadian. The upright stance. Down the wicket and pulls it into that mid-wicket position. They are looking for a second, but it was certainly not there. And there's Pascal trying to certainly mount the pressure, so to speak.
Trying to put the pressure on Karan. Had a few steps down the track and worked it out to mid-wicket and got a single. So he goes on to 6, and Hodge and now comes into strike, taking guard from umpire Butler.
Butler, former St. Vincent, William Islands and West Indies, left arm quick, and certainly doing duties these days as an umpire. Hodge down the wicket, and this might very well be out. Asif is settling under it, and he's out caught. He knew it immediately, and that's wicket number 2. They're into the gloves of wicketkeeper Asif, and I should say a poor shot from
Definitely, it was premeditated, really totally uncalled for. He down the track. I think Karan saw him moving very early, banged it in short. He went through with the shot, got a top edge, and easy catch for the keeper. It's skied. He just didn't have to go anywhere, just waited on it and gloved it nicely. The windwards now finds themselves at 42 for 2.
All right, 42 for the loss of 2. It would be nice to see that replay. As there we see Pratish and wicketkeeper, they're having a bit of a beverage as we've lost a bit more of the sunshine as you get that aerial view here of the beautiful Park Hill playing field. And there you go, yes. Wild swing at it, getting that top edge, and immediately walked away because he knew what he had done, and into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Wicket number 2 going down there for the Volcanoes.
Yes, and it looks like Jeremy Salazano makes his way out to do battle. A left-hander. 42 for 2 after 4.3 overs.
So this delivery, Alonso is stucking it nicely down to deeps, backward square leg, and nice return coming in there. So he's off the mark. Jeremy Alonso, Trinidadian.
Salazano, yes, Trinidadian. So he's off the mark on 2. The total now on to 44.
Of course, the Volcanoes being a regional franchise, and Salazano, who at one time certainly had a call up for the West Indies. He's on strike. He's on to us, Karan. This delivery is outside the off stump, and it's, well, signal as
one shot over the shoulder.
right.
And Salazano just watches it go by outside the off stump. I think he was anticipating a wide call by umpire Butler, but Butler would have none of it. He's in the perfect position, so to make the judgment call. And as we see that aerial view of Park Hill here, with the Paul Best Center in the background.
Karan to bowl to Salazano once again, and this one he drives, and don't think that was the intended error, but Captain Padel is there. They got a single in the process.
Inside edge.
It's now 45 for the loss. Was it 44?
45 at the end of over number 5, so still going at 9 runs and over. And certainly the windwards having a pretty good start. And let's see. Now Kamal Airy is going to pick it up from the northern end. So he's been switched around.
So Airy, hold up beauty. So gets rid of the Winner Islands captain in Kimano Melius. One that cut back between bat and pad and plucked the middle stump out of the ground. Melius contributing 12. Total now is 45 for the loss of 2. And Airy this time from the northern end for the first time here today at the Park Hill playing field to batter who.
And he's out caught behind. Beautiful delivery.
Yes.
And he was fishing at it again. The lack of foot movement on the part of Salazano. He fished at it, taken the outside edge. Good catch there by wicketkeeper Anil. And windwards into further trouble at 45 for 3.
Well, Airy indeed keeping things airy for this Nepal team. The Winner Island Volcanoes in this the 6th over. Early in the 6th over, they're 45 for the loss of 3. Going at a fairly good click. But if they continue to lose wickets as rapid as they are at this point in time, certainly will find themselves pretty much short of the required runs here. The pass score here at the Parkhill playing field, I should say 180 plus. You should be fairly comfortable. But the Winter Islands, as they are doing at this point in time, will certainly look to be doing much better.
Oh, definitely. And we see Dylan Douglas makes his way out to do battle. I think he has been promoted in the order. I think the previous games he batted somewhere around number 7. But he's now coming in at number 5. And Airy having success immediately. So he has picked up 2 scalp so far and putting the Windward Island Volcanoes under some pressure. 45 for 3, 5.1 overs.
Did we see him in the last 2 games?
No, he did not play in the first 2 games.
Yes.
So he has now gotten the opportunity and grabbed it with both hands so far.
Making a very good impression here. Airy, this time to Douglas, and Douglas nudges this down to third man. Fielder is off the fence and limits the batsman to 1. Douglas immediately off the mark, 46 for the loss of 3, and this is the 6th over.
So Douglas just waited on it, opened the face of the bat, ran it down to third man who is on the boundary. He got a single, so he's off the mark. And Airy makes his way back. He turns just around that 30-yard circle, so a pretty long run-up.
Pascal gets one that he, well, for a moment I thought he got a bit of a bat onto it. Such was not the case, and he lives to fight another day. Total remains on 46 for the loss of 3. Here, as we've lost even a bit more of the sunshine. So, the last 4 to 5 weeks in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, there was hardly any rain, but yesterday we had a significant amount of rainfall. I was fearful that this game might have been impacted, but such is not the case as Airy comes in out the bowl. And this delivery hits it one high, hard over that, well,
straight over extra cover. And it went sailing for 6 out of the ground. It was pitched up and it was deliberately lifted over the extra cover fielder and clearing the ropes for 6, and the total goes on to 52.
So the 50 is on the board for the Northern Islands, and a good shot there from Stefan Pascal, showing his worth as a batter as he leans there position with Dylan. And saying to the Nepal team, well, we've lost the 3 early wickets, but with me here and the support from Dylan Douglas, certainly there is going to be some resistance from the Winter Islands.
Certainly, one would want to see that. At least you want to see that partnership. And Pascal there saying to Airy, yes, I recognize you've been bowling well, but once you give me that chance, I'm going to take it to you.
Pascal this time is on the back foot and works it nicely into that mid-on position, but quick work there from it. Looks like Captain Fidel looking to break the stumps, but not successful in doing so. One more added to the total. It's 53 for the loss of 3.
So good running, good cricket all around. And you see Captain being very involved indeed, always in that a key position. And it was Bortel who was really closing in from that short mid-wicket position, but good judgment on the part of Pascal, and he got good response from Dylan Douglas as well.
Douglas now on strike, and this delivery he pulls nicely over at well, more in a corner position, and that's 6 more runs to the Winter Islands.
Well, once you pitch that short to Dylan Douglas, he's going to take it to you, and there it was short, and he was in position and swung it over wide mid-wicket for 6. And over number 6 comes to an end. So a pretty productive over there for Windward Islands. Some 11 runs coming in that over. This is now 56 for
6 for the loss of 3, and they're maintaining that 9 runs per over, just about 9.3 runs per over after 6. So they're going at a pretty good canter, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Of course, that statistic to the right that says 3 certainly will be a bit of a bother. But if these 2 are to remain there for the next 5 to 10 overs, certainly
can do some damage.
Certainly.
And it appears as if it's going to be Saga Daka who is going to pick it up. So we're going to see spin for the very first time in over number 7. from the southern end. So he'll be bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Pascal, who is on 14.
So this delivery is forward and works it nicely into that vacant mid-wicket position, and they take 2 in the process. A bit of a scrappy work, but cleaned up there by the captain.
I think good running, a good sensible cricket on the part of Pascal. He played it with soft hands into mid-wicket, and he took off, and the fielder had to come off the boundary, and they came back for the second, which they got very comfortably. The total now on to 58 for 3.
So there is Dhaka, and that delivery again worked into the onside. They're looking for a second. This time the fielder is much more quicker to it. Gets a good, nice, neat return into the gloves there of the wicketkeeper, and it's now 59 for the loss of 3.
So good cricket on the part of Pascal, not looking to bludgeon the bowling, but just working it into the onside and picking up the ones and the twos, waiting for the bad deliveries, and then he looked to clear the boundary.
So see a bird in the distance, flapping its wings, not on screen, but it's indeed a lovely view here. This one is to the pitch of it. That's Douglas, and just pushes it into the offside. Finds captain Rohit Padel, and the total remains on 59 for the loss of 3.
Sun has disappeared, so rather cool conditions, but no rain.
This delivery played on the onside, it could be run out there, and Dhaka missed the opportunity, because certainly Dylan Douglas was short of his
Well,
pace.
I think he had given up, but Dhaka missing the stumps, and in the end he just sauntered in.
Well, he's having a bit of a laugh about it, but certainly was an opportunity for the Nepal team to pick up their 4th wicket, and now we see there's a mid-pitch conference taking place, touching of the gloves. There, Pascal and Douglas just reassuring each other that they need to be a bit more assertive in this running, and the play continues now. Dhaka, Pascal, outside the off stump, drives lovely, dumped along off, leaders off the fence. That is
Karan.
One in the process. Total now to
64 for 3. There's just one delivery to come. So that's pretty tidy over so far.
Yes.
On the part of Dhaka.
Dhaka. This time posted in on Douglas, and Douglas caught in 2 minds there. I think that one came back at him.
Well, it was pitched, it jumped, and it was spinning away from him, the left arm going across the right hander, and in the end he just dropped it to where silly made off would have been at the end of a pretty good over on the part of Dhaka. That's his 64 for 3 at the end of over number 7. So still going at 9 runs and over.
Still at 9 runs for over. 9.2 runs for over. The Wooden Islands. And Gulshan will continue from the southern end. So into this, the 8th over here, and Stefan Pascal settles over his bat. Gulshan moves past the umpire, and this one he tickles it down to that short fine leg position. Finds Leland Karan, one more added, and it's now 65 for 3. The Wooden Islands batting first in this final practice game for the Nepal team. Of course, they will be playing 2 games in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Should be taken on Netherlands and South Africa. South Africa itself is going to be a challenge for them. Also, the Netherlands.
Yes, I think they are going to come up against much stronger opposition. And it's really going to ask for a lot from Nepal.
Douglas forced back and moves it nicely. That's short. Mid-wicket position. Gulshan comes from the fielding. And one more off the bat of Dylan Douglas. He's now up to 8, 66 for the loss of 3.
So Windwards still win along, and they would look for a good partnership from these two, having lost 3 wickets rather quickly.
So there's Gulshan. And as you may see on our screen, it's a little dark, but of course, good enough lighting for the play to continue. It's there are some clouds in the distance, but Gulshan with a different intent. This one is pushed down to long on. The fielder comes in, gets the ball quickly back into the glove there of the wicketkeeper. And one more to the Windward Islands. They're now 67 for 3.
So far, a pretty tidy over by Gulshan, keeping things tight, just not giving the batters the room. And it was dispatched over mid-wicket.
Let's see what happens to this one. Worked nicely down to third man.
Beautifully played.
Well taken there by Dylan Douglas. Past the keeper, past the fielder in that third man position, and that's 4 well taken runs.
Again, giving him the width, and he opened the face of the bat and really hit that between the third man and backward point, and it raced away for 4. So a welcome boundary by the Windward Islands. His total now on to 71.
Struck by from the previous delivery. This one is lifted high, hard. It's gonna go into the shrub above the ground there. That's 6 well taken runs.
The total goes on to 77. So again, it was pitched up, and Douglas was equal to the task, lifting it over long on. The fielders on the boundary just stood up, looked up, and said, "Well, there it goes." And he cleared the boundary with consummate ease. It's now 77 for 3. Douglas on 19, Pascal on 20.
So 10 runs in 2 deliveries. Gulshan coming in for a bit of a stick from this to northern end. And Douglas waits, delivers outside the off stump and worked into that.
Where are you going, son?
Position, and well, really truly wasn't a single there.
Well, he was struck firmly straight to the backward point fielder, and both batters took off and then stood in mid-pitch, and they just waited. But Pascal was able to regain his ground as Douglas was really gone for all the money, but the return was not on Douglas's end, because I think he had given him, but the return went to the keeper's end. The bowler's end, I would say, and Pascal got back easily into his crease.
So that's the end of over number 8. At the end of it is 77 for the loss of 3, and we're at just over 9.6 runs for over. And he's bowled, played all over that one, and that's Pascal losing his wicket. That's the 4th one.
Yes, so it's 77 for 4. What Pascal did, it was tossed right up with the Yorker length delivery. He played across the line of the delivery rather than playing with a straight bat. He went across the line, missed it. His off stump knocked back, and Windward Island Volcanoes losing their 4th wicket. Now 77 for 4, as we see Darren Ned making his way out in the middle.
So Ned,
and a little cameo on Thursday.
Yes, youngster with some ability.
So Saka having some success, the very first ball of the 9th over, and it taking out Pascal. So 77 for 4, Windward Islands in over number 9, and so Dakar would now bowl to Ned. Ned looks around the field. Ned is driving, beats the extra cover in Captain Rohit Padel. Asif sweeping around the cover boundary, picked up, fires it in, not taken cleanly by Dakar, and a single. The total goes on to 78. 78, and Ned, he's on 1. It's Douglas, who is on 19, comes into strike. So 1 to Ned, 19 to Douglas. Douglas works it out to mid-wicket, and they drop through easily for a single. Total now on to 79. 79 for 4, and we're in over number 9. So 20 now to Douglas, and 1 to Ned, who comes back into strike. There was Ned reaching forward and just working it very softly to on the onside of the pitch, and Dakar skips around and picks up Ned down to a bit of gardening under cool conditions, and he's right forward to that, pushing it back to Dakar. So Dakar keeping things tight, having had some success.
Certainly, and Captain Rohit Badel would love for this to continue for extended period.
He's driving out to extra cover. There is Captain Padel covering ground to his right, and just a single. I think there's 2 runs coming in that over, so a very good over on the part of Dakar, and an over in which he also had the wicket of Pascal.
Well, a very, very, very decent over there from Dakar, and tightening the screws on the Wooded Island Volcanoes. They're 79 for 4. Very importantly, picking up a wicket in that over. And without a doubt, it's now a situation where the winner certainly will have to consolidate. But at the same time, Nepal not taking their foot off the gas, so to speak, and certainly pressing on.
Well, looking to keep the pressure on. So we see a change in bowling at the northern end. And in fact, it's going to be Practice who will come back into the attack. And he'll be bowling to Dylan Douglas.
Well, Practice certainly had some early stick, especially from the bat of Melius. This time bowling to Dylan Douglas. And pulled into that mid-wicket position. Fielders off the fence. Return that has Anil jumping a bit, but was always going to take it. And it's now 80 for the loss of 4. Just the 10th over.
So 80. Douglas goes on to 21. Practice will bowl to Ned. I think if there's a light drizzle, but
very, very light drizzle.
Not anything for play to be halted in any way. You see Ned just marking his guard, taking his time, not to be hurried in any way.
Delivery that is sort of pitch a bit and just forces it into the onside. And one more resulting 81 now for the loss of 4.
So it's rotation of the strike, but so far Practice 2 deliveries have been on target, just 2 runs. Douglas comes back into strike and does some guarding.
He's on 21, Dylan Douglas, and this one nudges it nicely down to that fine third man position.
A real deft touch.
Yes, it was.
You know, it just openly phased and just nudged it between the keeper and third man and raced away for 4. The total now on to 85. Practice again finds himself on the receiving end.
Yes. And Dylan Douglas showing his class there. As you said, nice deft touch off the bat. Practice turned to the top of his mark. Delivery that gained, this time finding the point fielder. Or should I say that's more of a backward point. And over and resulting, the total remains on 85 for 4.
There's some 2 deliveries remaining in the over. Dylan Douglas on 25. Darren Ned, he's on 2. 85 for 4. We are in over number 10.
Practice just
decided to go wrong the wicket.
Yes. long on and finds the fielder. 1 run resulting. Slaps his bat. The process, I was thinking he should have gone over the fence with that one.
Well, didn't get through, got a single. Total goes on to 86.
Here comes Practice this time to Ned. Ned is just pushing this one into that cover position. Captain Waddell is there picking it up. That's the end of the 10th over. And at the end of it, the Woodland Islands batting first here at Parkin in this T20 practice game. They're 86 with a loss of 4 halfway through the innings.
Yeah, so going at 8.6 runs and over, if my math serves me right.
Bang on.
So I think at 10 overs remaining, Douglas, if he can stay there for at least another 5 overs, should be able to put the windwards with a pretty decent total. But really, I think Nepal have pulled things back a bit. They were going at 9 runs and over. They are now under 9 runs and over. And the changes continue to be wronged by the...
That's Padel.
That's Padel.
That's the Nepalese captain. And, well, of course, halfway, as I said, through this innings here for the Woodland Islands Volcanoes, the 86 for the loss of 4, another 10 to go. And maybe if they can get it up to 9 or 10 runs more in the last 10 and minimize the number of wickets, would lose. Certainly a score of 180, 185 thereabouts.
Should be something to fight with. So Bertel comes into the attack. Sporting number 14 on the back of his shirt.
And Bertel, he's had a good series, of course, with both bat and ball. This time coming in and delivery that is worked down to long on. And one more. Now 87 for the loss of 4. So that's Douglas moving on to 27 as the young Darren Ned just making sure that his card is correctly marked. And here comes Bertel. Ned pushes it to the onside, and Bertel goes around feeling to his own bowling. 1 more added to the total, 88 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So they're just about knocking it around and waiting for that loose delivery to pounce. But good sensible cricket on the part of windwards, because they have lost a few wickets and it's really in a rebuilding process.
So here's Bertel. Delivery, and the batsman appeared to be in 2 minds there, Douglas.
I think he got the googly. That one came back into him. He was opening up to hit it on the offside. It came back into him, and he had to adjust and got it up to a long on position and got a single.
So they now will continue as Bertel comes in once again. This time to Ned. He's down the wicket and he's stopped.
Wild swing by Ned, and keeper Anil making no mistake. And you can see the disappointment on the face of the Douglas. Really totally uncalled for. You have lost 4 wickets. You're in a real building process. No need for that wild swing. He's looking to use his feet. Didn't get to the pitch. He was beaten all ends up. An easy stump in there for Anil. And the total now 89 for 5.
So 89 for the loss of 5. Darren Ned certainly just giving it up there. And there you have a look at the main pavilion at the Parkin field. Again, nice, lovely playing field nestled in the northeastern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. New batsman coming to the crease, I believe it's Descartes.
Yeah, it's Descartes.
89 for 5. This the 11th over. And a bit more pressure here on this Woodland Island Volcanoes team. Regional franchise that will produce the likes of Sonny Lambris, who's injured. Of course, the likes of Johnson Charles, who's playing for the West Indies T20 squad. Spiceman, Fletcher, our very own Obed McCoy, they're all part of this outfit, but of course, all assigned to West Indies duties. This delivery is outside. outside the off stump, and just Carter just rocks back and maybe should have done a little better than there. But in the process of scrappy fielding, gets one in the process, and now 89 for the loss of 5.
Score goes on to 90.
Yeah, that's the 90th run.
So he's off the mark immediately, not timing it well, but getting a single in the process. And Douglas, who is on 28, comes back into strike.
So, let's mention a few members of the squad. The likes of Robert McCoy, he wasn't selected in the final 15, neither did the Spiceman, but they're still being kept in the West Indies camp. This delivery outside the off stump and played into that wide position off a very quick single. No, he was sent back as a matter of fact.
He was sent back, and luckily for him, the return came in very quickly indeed. So a pretty good over by Anil, by Bortel, and at the end of over number 11, it's 90 for 5 at the Park Hill playing field under very cool conditions here. With Dylan Douglas, he's on 28. With him is Shadrach Descarte, who is on 1. And really, Nepal would be satisfied so far with their work.
Well, it's 11 overs gone, and the Wooded Islands, they were maintaining a run rate of 9 per over. But, of course, with the loss of those 5 wickets, they pegged back a bit. And it's somewhere in the region of just over 8 runs per over. As
so we got Dhaka being switched to the northern end.
There you have a nice aerial view of this very lush outfield here at Park Hill. And Shadrach Descarte settles over his batters. Saga Dhaka bowls, and this delivery tucks it off the legs to that square leg position. Feeders off the deep square leg boundary, picking it up, and one more added to the total.
So he goes on to 2, and much appreciative crowd here at the Park Hill playing field. And it's really customary, once there's cricket at Park Hill, you do get that appreciative crowd who would always be here taking in what is going on.
Douglas pulls and pulls. Well, that's gone. That's 6. And that's probably the 10th ball that we've lost in that over the last 3 days.
Well, it really rebounded. It came back because it landed on the lower part of the hillside. It was short of a length, and Douglas was very quick on the back foot and just swung it over long on. And he goes on to 34. The windwards really would want him to stay there, with the total now on to 97 for 5.
Delivery drives down to long on, and they'll only get 1. They're looking for a second, but either long they will have none of it. Gets the return quickly back into the gloves there of Anil. For a moment I thought it was Asif who was behind stumps for the Nepal team, but it's actually Anil doing the glove work today. Would not have seen them in the last 2 games, and getting an opportunity in this, the final game. This time Descarte works into the onside. Looking for the second, but it's not there. Quick work again by the Nepal team. They certainly improve on the outfielding.
Well, they have, and what I'm going to say that what you have seen, they are pretty quick over ground.
So here comes Saga Dhaka Anil. He's using some instruction, but Dhaka comes in now, and this delivery just works back on the onside there by Dylan Douglas.
It's faster and flatter. Windwards 99 for 5.
This is the final ball of the 12th over, and Douglas racked on the pad. Is a loud appeal there by Dhaka, but the umpire will have none of it. Not interested. That's the end of it. It's 99 for the loss of 5 after 12.
So 12 overs, 99 for 5. So 8 overs remaining. One would want to think that windwards would love to see Dylan Douglas and Descarte really taking it right down to the wire for them, and because both these batters can really hit the ball a pretty long way, and if they stay there for at least 4 or 5 overs, I'm sure we're going to see some boundaries.
Well, Dylan Douglas, of course, certainly has been the aggressor, and I think it's important that Descarte, who certainly has the ability to power it also, can play more of a hold and roll. Quite naturally, if you get the bad delivery, you will give it the treatment that it so deserves. sake of the Windward Islands having lost 5 wickets, they wouldn't want to have both batters, pushing it too much. So this
Well, we wait to see. It's going to be Bortel to continue.
This time he'll come into bowl to Descartes, and Descartes swings at this one. Didn't get any bat onto the ball.
I think he was deceived by the bounce.
He was, because he's chuckling at it. You can see that wide grin on his face as he goes down to have a chat with Dylan Douglas. Douglas said to him, well, chap, you just need to keep your eyes on it. That one's certainly you're a bit bamboozled. So there's Bertel tossing the ball from hand to hand. And we now move past umpire. The ball to Descartes. Descartes looking again for that wild swing. Got a bit of a pad onto it. And that's one more one. Well, signal a wide.
So 2 runs to the total.
I truly thought he got a bit onto it, but such was not the case. So the 100 is up for the Windward Islands. And they're now 101 for the loss of 5. 101 for the loss of 5. As Bertil now comes in this time to Dylan Douglas, and Douglas tucks it around. He's quickly off for the first one, looking for that second, but he'll have none of it. And it's now 102 for the loss of 5. So Bertil keeping things quiet here.
Well, so far he has kept things pretty tight, and Nepal would be happy with it.
Descartes pulls this one nicely. That's 6. And that is what he was aiming to do for the entire over, and finally getting the bat on the ball.
The third attempt at that shot, and in the end he made good connection, sailed over the backward square for 6. Total goes on to 108, and we would need a couple more of that to push the Windwards total to somewhere in the, if you're looking at 170, 180.
It's 108 for 5, and this is the 13th over. So Descartes showing that he can muscle it, and did so over the backward squares. Bertel comes in, and this time he's pushing out at that one into the offside. Neither comes around picking up in that cover position, and one more now to 109 for the loss of 5.
So Descartes was just content to push it into the offside. Swung the previous delivery for 6. It was not there for that shot, so he was content to just drop it on the offside and pick up the single and bring Dylan Douglas back into strike.
Here comes Bertel once again. Delivery that is pulled down to long on, and one more resulting. So that's the end of the. Is it the end of the 13th over?
End of the 13th over, 110 for 5 here at Park Hill, and Douglas. In fact, I thought the over was completed, but we see Butler having a word and still at delivery.
So there you had a look at the square here at the Park Hill playing field. 2 pitches, and both would have been used over the last. With that attempt, one bounce to deep backward square leg, and one more to the total. It's now 111 for the loss of 5.
Well, Lord Nelson, he's on 11, 111 for 5 at the end of over number 13. Douglas on 37, but Descartes would keep strike, so 7 overs remaining, and these two would meet mid-pitch to have a conversation. You can see that smile on the face. I'm saying you didn't time that one well, but in the end he's still there. But Douglas signaling to the pavilion for the helmet, so one anticipate that we are going to see the medium pacers coming back. It looks like Karan.
Yes, Karan it is.
Sporting number 33 on the back of his shirt. And so Captain Padel continued to bring the changes.
So there's Douglas with a bit of a grin on his face. Maybe he likes the faster stuff. Possibly saying, well, this is my turn to certainly put a bit more on the tins for the Volcanoes. For 5, and this the 14th.
There's still some heavy clouds around. Really just hovering around the Parkhill playing field, but so far we continue to have play. Just hope that we do not have any downpour.
This cart is forcing this one into the offside. It could only find Rohit Patel in the way. And the Nepalese captain is having a little bit of fun with it.
And you can see this cart is just rehearsing the shot, saying I should have hit that a bit squarer and finding the gap. But he stood tall and just punched it out to extra cover where Captain Padel picks up rather easily.
So here's a stockily built Karan. Bustles in now to hold to Descartes and well,
not timing it, it was short, bottom edge, and it bounced back to the bowler. So 2 deliveries, 2 dots, and Karan would feel very happy about that. Descartes would be disappointed in himself, saying I should have put those away.
So here comes Karan. Outside the offside, but that's wide. It was high, it was wide, and absolutely no chance for Descartes to get a bat onto it.
Signal by umpire Bayam. He was jumping, looking to slash that over third man, but it went above him, and the total now on to 112. But earlier there was a breeze blowing across the ground, but that's subsided.
It has.
And
it's a little bit more humid. We have the cloud cover and just a gentle breeze, not the kind of flowing breeze that we've had early on. But here's Karan. Descartes just places it and well, misfielded there. Just when we were talking about the good work, the outfield by the Nepalese team, Bertel letting that one through.
Yes, well, I think their ground fielding has not been up to standard. They have covered ground, they are getting there, but not holding on to the balls, and in the end sometimes giving away that single. And that was a perfect example there from Bertel, where he got there, didn't hold on, bubbled behind him, and the batters went through for 1.
So Karan, under the tutelage of Roddy Eswick, who was once part of the West Indies outfit, but helping this Nepal team, especially with their bowling. Karan. This time to Dylan Douglas. Gets one outside the off stump. That's wide a signal indeed. One more to the total is 114 for 5.
Well, Douglas was winding up there looking for that big drive. It was wide and he just watched it go by and signaled by umpire. Bayam wide, 114. 114 for 5, so Karan would have to reload and come again.
I was just talking about Roddy Eswick, who certainly made a tremendous contribution to the West Indies team. The likes of Corey Collingwood and company certainly was, under his tutelage. But now lending assistance to this Asian team. And this one is hit over long off, and that's 4 runs. For a moment I thought it cleared the fence, it didn't, but 4 well taken runs.
Well, 4 good runs. It was pitched up and Douglas launched into it and hammered it 1 bounce over widest mid-off and into the fence for 4. So 118. Douglas, he goes on to 40. And I think there's a little drizzle around the ground.
I've not seen
play will continue.
Yes, well, we see the ground men now making their way to the area of the covers. As a matter of fact, the covers...
The umpires have called the covers.
The covers are coming on.
So there's a break in the innings at 13.4 overs, 118 for 5.
For the loss of 5.
So Douglas really leading the charge for Windward Islands. He's on 40, not out, as company with Descartes, who is on 10. So there's some rain with us, not a downpour, but certainly enough to stop play here at the Parkhill playing field. And we can see the ground staff busy ensuring that the square is covered.
I'm a little bit concerned because there's still a bit of it
in with the covers from both ends and ensuring that that bowling area is covered. And one does not anticipate a very long downpour. It's drizzling rather heavy, but not the sort of rain that we expect to see the outfield being drenched.
Well, certainly, and we do hope that it's not extended. I'm still concerned with that little area that is a little bit exposed at the southern end, and now we see they're going to try and bring the covers over. That's what I'm talking about, right? So they'll have a.
So we are being held up momentarily, and I'm certain that it won't be for long. I'm not anticipating this for any length of time, Eddie.
All right, so after
13.4 overs,
1-1-1-8 for the loss of 5. The Wooded Island Volcanoes batted first in this T20 practice game here today at the Park Hill playing field, and still very much in the middle. We have the reserve umpire having a look at the ground staff as they.
It's Chelsea Stowe from Beckwith, the Grenadine island of Beckwith. And game being carried by umpire Byam and Butler. So the ground staff still tidying up.
Still very much the position here. But the Volcanoes, again, one area that they certainly need to work on is that patience at the crease. Yes, for T20, you look to try and keep that pressure on, so to speak, on the bowling team. But there have been some atrocious shots.
Yeah, so I'm totally in agreement with you, Eddie. Some of the shot selection really leaves a lot to be desired. And for example, Ned just ran down the track, had a wild swing. So again, you have to be patient. There comes a time when you get a good delivery, and there's nothing wrong with giving it some respect, or you try to play with soft hands, try to get it into the gap, look for ones, look for twos. And if you keep turning the strike over like that, no bowler like to be scored off all the time. He's going to try something, and so the chances of getting a bad delivery will increase, and then you get it. Here we are seeing a replay, and that's where Melios, where Kamal Airy got a very good delivery, coming back into the right-hander, right through bat and pad, knocking the middle stump back.
And that was a beauty of a delivery. That was the delivery of the game thus far.
And you see him wide on the crease there, getting it to come right back into Melios, who just pushed the foot down the track. No movement of the feet. And it's an observation with the contemporary batters. Initially, long ago, you find batters with the first movement would be back and across. Now, for contemporary players, that back foot does not move. They push with the front foot. And I think so many times it opens up that gap between bat and pad. And we see bowlers really going through that gap. It's something that they would have to work on, not to show what the coaches would have done and what they were saying to him. Look at their foot. Just coming down the track there, their back foot, as you right, just anchored. And it went right through the gap. So, still with the drizzle, and aiming to go up, and Karan was short, and he got underneath it, got on top edge. I think the intention was there. Didn't cue it well, but he got the result that he wanted, and that went sailing.
124 for 5. So the Volcanoes immediately off. Good start following the resumption.
So 124. First delivery after the resumption went for 6.
Touched into that short third man position.
And he was disappointed in himself.
Yes.
Should have played done better. That was steered right to the man at backward point.
It's 124 for 5 after the 15th over. We have 30 more balls to go in this the Woodland Islands innings. And there we see both batters in the middle, Dylan Douglas and Chandler Piscati, having a bit of conversation. And they're saying, well, maybe it's time for us to have a go.
Time to push things on. Douglas is on 47. Piscati is on 12. 6 overs remaining. And these two will really want to push things further on for Windward Island Volcanoes. It's going to be Bertel to continue. So far, he has done a pretty good job.
No doubt about it. And that very good over thus far. And seems that the rain we had absolutely no impact on the outfield. More or less soaked up. We've had very, very dry conditions last 5 weeks into it. And we're going to need this deliver this Piscati. Punches dumped along, one bumps into the fence, into the road behind us. That's 4 runs.
That was hit with some power. And it flew past the man at long on. And across the ropes it went for 4. So he goes on to 16, 128. You would need to see a few more of that.
Well, these two showing their early intent as we have a resumption of this game interrupted for some 20 minutes thereabouts due to rain. And since the resumption, they're not taking the scoring rates. Bertel. And all a little wet. And likely to need a towel at some point in time to try and keep that ball as dry as possible. This certainly could be a problem, especially with the spinners.
Yeah, particularly leg spinner. That's on Bertil a leg spinner is a bit difficult for him.
This Carter hits this one high, and there was Maron trying to get there, but doing so no vain. 6 more runs.
Well, it's Karan on the boundary. He's a diminutive individual, not the tallest of the lot. And he was jumping for all his work, but that cleared him. And went across over the ropes for 6. So business, these two showing that their intent, but there's still that light drizzle around.
I guess they're trying to, if there's another rain interruption, put as much as possible on the board. 124 for 5 in this 15th. Pressure on Bertel. Counted now. Ball to Piscati. And Piscati hits this one high. Way over. Just the roof here, the pavilion, the main pavilion.
I think that there is some adjacent lands cultivated on the other side, and that landed somewhere in that area. And really a clean strike there by this Carter, who is showing his intent. And we mentioned that he has that ability to hit the ball a long way. And that was a good demonstration of what it means for this Carter. So pressure on Bertil. I think they're the first 3 deliveries have gone for 16.
So, as I said, the intention of the Woodland Island batter that they came back into the middle is to try and push on and put as many runs as possible on the board should there be another interruption. And at this point in time, it looks like a rain, but we can see some blackish looking clouds that are northeastern area.
Well, we have a bit some sunshine, not the brightest really.
Bertel again to Piscati outside the off stump, but that signal wide. And
Bertil being pushed under the pump. They decided I'm going to pitch it a bit wider. Not going too close to Piscati at all.
so he's looking.
I think he went too wide.
Yes, looking behind the ball. And here comes Bertel against the Piscati. Outside the off stump, punched into the outside. That was that backward point position. And that one.
He chased it and didn't get the placement that he wanted. In the end, just tugged it to the extra cover fielder. So over number 15 comes to an end, 143 for 5. And Douglas is on 48. Shadrach Descarte, he's on 29. And 5 legitimate overs remaining in the Windward Island Volcano innings. Any predictions in terms of what sort of total you think they can muster at this time?
Well, at 10 runs per over, they're going to get over the 190 mark, and that's a total I believe Captain Meadows will certainly like to see his team achieve here this afternoon. They did 196 in the first game and had Nepal under immense pressure, and then, of course, remember, Irie and Sompal just simply took it away.
Definitely. The second game totaled up to 170 odd, 179. Got to 108.
Afterwards, that just felt like dominoes.
So Sampal comes back into the attack.
Sompal, of course, along with Irie, who's not in this game, had a good knock, and then this one is pushed up to that significant position. And a bit of misleading the
Well, that's what pressure does. Again, the misfield. Dylan Douglas, he was running, he was looking for the second, that's his 50. And he forced the fielder, he looked up, took his eyes off the ball, bubbled it, and Douglas was back easily for the second run.
Well, Douglas, he scored an even 50 in the first innings, in the first game, I should say, and then he lost his wickets. Let's to hope that such is not the case. He's exactly at 50 once again, and with some 29 balls remaining, he really want to press on here for the Windward Islands. Delivery that he was looking to scoop, and just above the benches, he's looking at it, he ran a single there, maybe just a little lucky there, Dylan Douglas. So, 145 for the loss of 5 for the Island Volcanoes. Douglas is on to 51. This guy, he's on to 29, 165. So far.
So Douglas 50 coming in, 28 balls of 3 4s and 4 6s.
Really good strike rates. Very good strike rate there on the part of Douglas. Reaches up now to some foul beside the off stump and just puts it into the offside. Picked up there by Assi. Stone Walker is looking even on the outfield today, based on the fact that there was an injury to Irie. And he'll be given the glove today, one of two keepers in this Nepal squad as they prepare for the T20 World Cup 2024. So there's Assi getting a bit of a experience as far as the outfield is concerned, Jalo.
I'm sure he's enjoying it.
He's on that longer offense as here comes some foul to go to Dylan Douglas. And Douglas pulls nicely, one bounce into that final boundary, 4 runs.
Douglas got into position very, very quickly indeed, and he really played it well. Away from just every fielder, there was a man on the long boundary, and he just swiveled and dumped to wide leg and into the fence for 4. So the 150 comes up after 15.4 overs, 151, and Douglas goes on to 55.
Really want to push on here, and with good support coming from Shadrach Descarte, who's now number 30. And the Volcanoes, this 16th over, well set, of course, to get close to that 190 mark, as here comes Sompal. The ball to Dylan Douglas. And this one, he works to that short third man position. Picked up in one more run in the process. 153 for the loss of 9.
I think Sampal a bit disappointed. He was looking for the Yorker, but it was outside the awesome, and Douglas came down, opened the face of the bat, ran it down to backward point, and he went through first England. You can see the disappointment in Sampal. Is clapping his hands as if saying, that's not what I wanted.
152 correction to score. Dylan Douglas now number 56. Descarte now plays up to final delivery of this 16th over. As Sompal
bisecting the long off and long on. You don't have fielders in that direction. And it was deliberately hit over the head of the bowler and into the fence it went for 4. So 60 on the call and the underfoot for number 16. Some 24 deliveries to go. And Descartes, he goes on to 34. Douglas 56. Sure they will be having their eyes on 200.
Well, at 160 for 5 after 16, exactly 10 runs per over. With another 4 overs to go, if they can maintain that 10 runs per over, it's 200 on the board.
I'm sure they would have their eyes on that. So let's see. And it's Airy who comes back into the attack. He has had some early success. So he has 2 scalps. And now he's coming back in the 17th over. So Padella ringing the changes. It's going to be Douglas who is on strike under cool conditions. Douglas is quite ready, but I don't think yeah.
Douglas pulls over mid-wickets and my Vera caught second. And a bit of disappointment there for Dylan Douglas, gone for 56. And of course a very important wicket there for Nepal.
A very important wicket, but an observation here, Eddie, is that for every over that Airy comes in, he picks up a wicket.
On the first ball.
I think the very first over, I think he picked up a wicket in the second delivery. The second spell, he got it in the first ball, and here it is for the third over. He got it in the first ball again. So he has made that early impact for Nepal, and Douglas very disappointed as he really dragged himself off the field. But he goes for well played 56, 156 for 6, and we could see Javadine Brong making his way out to do battle. He's one of the many Brongs playing locally, and he can hit the ball a long way. Pretty strong lad from the Ovia area, north of the country. And he joins Shadrach Descartes, who is on 30. So Brong, immediately he would be on strike.
And he joins Shadrach Descarte, who is on 30. So Brown immediately he will be on strike.
side finds Asif in the way. That's Padel. And they get it back to Gavin Hodge. Again to Padel. Padel tries again into the path of Hooper in that cover position.
Well, he should have done better with that. It was a low full toss. And he drove it firmly and straight to Asif Hooper, who fielded well. And there was no run.
Delivery was pulling, and well, a good attempt down there. Looks like Descartes. That's gone for 6.
I think he swung that from outside the off stump.
Yes. Along that whitish long on position, and there you see Descartes again on his knees, retrieving the ball, and he'll walk around the covers. But in the end, shot there, earning Nepal and the captain 6 more runs. 48 for the loss of 3. Hodge.
Recognize Hodge. The previous delivery was tossed up. He was swung over wideish mid-wicket. He got 6. Hodge just shortening his length outside the off stump. And Padel was able to cut it through backward point, beating backward point in Pascal and down to defensive 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for Padel. So pressure on Hodge immediately.
Well, the 50 is up in a GP. It's 52 off 4.4 overs, 4 balls. Nepal on the attack. This one is driven into the cover region. Good work there by Asif Hooper. Dive into his right. And, naturally bet on the left side, but showing that he's also good going to his right. And avoiding any addition to the total. 52 for the loss of 3. Final delivery here from Gavin Hodge. And worked down to third man. Throw comes in very quickly, but no threat at all.
I think it's a weak throw on the part of Larry Edwards. And they go through comfortably for that single. Some 11 runs coming in that over.
So that's the end of the 5th over. 53 for the loss of 3. And Padel has responded in a big way here for Nepal. They were under a bit of a pressure, having lost those 2 quick wickets. But Padel, one may say, with those lusty blows and that last over, certainly saying to the Widow Islands it's not going to be
Comfortably for that single. Some 11 runs coming in that over.
So that's the end of the 5th over. 53 for the loss of 3. And Padel has responded in a big way here for Nepal. They were under a bit of a pressure, having lost those 2 quick wickets. But Padel, one may say, with those lusty blows and
Asif Hooper, who has been pretty outstanding in the field thus far, he's going to pick it above the Alves center end. It's now an all-spin attack on the part of Windward Islands Volcanoes. joins Shadrach Descarte, who is on 30. So Bromley immediately he would be on strike. And he joins Shadrach Descarte, who is on 30. So Bromley immediately he would be on strike. And he joins Shadrach Descarte, who is on 30. So Bromley immediately he would be on strike. And he joins Shadrach Descarte, who is on 30. So Bromley immediately he would be on strike.
short delivery. I think it was above his eye line. You have no control. Swatted it out to deep mid-wicket. Pascal took a comfortable catch. And the disappointed Podell has to make his way back. But jubilation in the camp of Winner Island Volcanoes as they regroup and try to now strategize in terms of placing a bit more pressure on Nepal.
106 for the loss of 4.
So 106 for 4. And Windwards just getting that
sweeping victory there for the Winner Islands. Nepal 138 all out. And what a wonderful catch there from Descartes.
Beautiful, winning by some 67 runs. But a brilliant catch. It was in the air. Descartes was like a train coming off the boundary, diving forward, caught it very nicely, and a commanding victory for the windwards over Nepal by some 67 runs. And Javadine Brown coming in and really wrapping things up for Windward Island Volcanoes. They scored some 205 in their innings, 205 all out of the final delivery. There it is. Descartes coming off the boundary and keeping his eyes on it, diving forward, clutching it well, and he's all out, flat out on the ground. 138 all out. Victory for the Windward Islands. So they were able to pull one back. So Nepal winning this practice series 2-1. And congratulations to Windwards, really bouncing back in a big way.
Certainly, Charlo. And as you said, a huge victory here for the Winner Islands. They, apart from today, they posted 196 in the
Sakki Goni. Dabur Red Pest presents Sakki Goni, powered by Dish Home Fiber Net and Godrej Expert Hair Color. Title sponsor.
Dental problems सँग लड्नको लागि डाबर रेड पेस्ट प्रब्लम्सले राख्छ कोसौँ टाढा.
Powered by
Dish Home Fiber Net और पर्दो र विश्वासिलो छ.